I have approval of the agenda, please. Councillor Sherwood, Councillor Andrews. Disclosure of any direct or indirect pecuniary interests. Seeing none, we'll now head into a closed meeting in which we'll be discussing closed council minutes for 2022, February 7th, February 8th, and February 14th. A confidential verbal report from Ed Brennan, CEO, and John Hart, Town Solicitor, in regards to ORDC lands. A confidential verbal report from Ed Brennan, CEO, and John Hart, Town Solicitor, Ministry of Environment, Conservation, and Parks. A confidential verbal report from Jennifer Gowan, Manager, Human Resources, Public Office Holders with a Market Salary Review. Another item, Orangeville Hydro Limited, election of board members, and a confidential verbal report from Ed Brennan, CEO, and Colleen Butler, Town Solicitor, in regards to the vaccination policy. Could I have a motion to go into close, please? Councillor Post, Councillor Peters.
And Mr. Acting Mayor there, Deputy Mayor McIntosh, if I can just, I just got to put on the record that for 4.4, it's just with regard to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. For 4.5, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. 4.6, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees and labor relations or employee negotiations. 4.7, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. 4.8, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And if you may could call the vote there, Deputy Mayor, please.
Okay, all in favor of going into close? Unanimous?
Yes.
We'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
please, to move back into open. Councillor McIntosh, seconded by Councillor Andrews. All in favor? Is Councillor Peters, are you on board, sir? No. There he is. Councillor Peters, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. This is a meeting of Orangeville Town Council for February 28th, 2022. Earlier this evening, we had a closed session of council, and we'll be continuing that after this open portion of the council meeting. Ms. Parmancherry, could we have the singing of our national anthem, please?
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, David Nairn, Artistic Director of Theatre Orangeville. David's got a very pleasing voice, and I enjoy hearing that every time we start up our meeting. We'd like to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people, including the Ojibwe, Potawatomi, and Odawa of the Three Fires Confederacy. This meeting is being aired on public television and or streamed live and may be taped for later public broadcast or webcast. Your name is part of the public record and will be included in the minutes of this meeting. Any member of the public connecting via telephone is reminded to press *6 to mute and unmute. Please remain muted until the chair requests comments or questions from the public. As I said earlier this evening, we had a closed session. We have not completed the closed session, so we will be leaving our rise and report until our closed session is complete. Moving on to item 10, we'd like to have a motion to adopt the minutes of the council meeting of February 14th, 2022. Could I have a motion for that? Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Andrews. All in favor? Thank you. All right, moving on to presentations, petitions, and or delegations. 11.1, we have Alison Shield of the Orangeville BIA here to present her 2022 budget. Ms. Shield.
Thanks for having us, Mayor Brown. Actually, our chair, Mike Beattie, will be presenting the budget to you tonight.
Very good. Welcome, Mike. Nice to see you.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Brown. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Alison. I believe hello to everybody else in council as well. Good to see everybody's smiling faces. I think most of you saw this presentation when we had our AGM there last month, I believe, in January. This is just a bit of a Coles Notes version of it, so that we can hopefully get our budget approved and move forward with the exciting things that we have coming for 2022. Alison, I believe you are going to be sharing your screen for me, and I will go through the slides with everybody.
Yep.
Yes, thanks. Just one moment, please. Can you see my screen now?
No, it was up earlier, Alison. It's not up now.
And it was the wrong version for some reason. I'm not sure when you.
Okay.
This should be it. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, Mike, go ahead.
All right, thank you. And so yeah, here is the OBIA's 2021 overview and the 2022 budgets. wouldn't mind hitting the next slide there for me, please. The Orangeville BIA is an organization that supports small businesses through improvements and marketing of the business improvement area. With competing and often contradictory demands on its resources, the BIA adopted the mission to unite and connect through collaboration and purposefulness to help keep us on track. This mission serves as a reminder that we need to work together to improve the area as a whole. You can hit the next slide there for me, please. As with most businesses in Ontario, Orangeville's downtown businesses were highly affected by the waves of the pandemic. This graphic represents the ins and outs of the pandemic for 2021. As you will remember and can see from the top graphic, the restrictions and closures came and went and then came again throughout 2021. The bottom graphic shows how the restrictions affected various business types. Red represents closure, orange represents partial restrictions, and yellow full opening with masks and vaccine passports. We are all looking very forward to an open and, a fully open Ontario in 2022. Next slide, please. Despite being a very difficult year for small businesses, 21 businesses had the courage to open a brick and mortar location in our downtown in 2021. We believe this speaks to the overall good health of downtown Orangeville and to the exceptional entrepreneurial spirit of these small business owners. We wish all of them great success. One service business left downtown this year in favor of a home-based business, and one retail business closed. We are sorry to see them go and wish them all the best. Thankfully, the downtown vacancy rate remains low compared to many other downtowns across Ontario. We currently have 3 vacancies. Next slide, please. The BIA works within the framework of 5 strategic pillars. Each of these pillars is as important as the other, but priorities shifted during the pandemic. Staff pivoted away from large-scale event planning to focus on supporting members and found safe, creative ways to attract customers. As we go through the 5 strategic pillars, you will get a better idea of the work the BIA staff executed in 2021. Next slide, please. Our first pillar is member engagement. Engaging and supporting our members has become our highest priority in the past few years. The BIA allocated more human resource hours to better support members through the shutdowns and fall and summer recovery periods. This extra staffing has helped the BIA pivot more quickly and easily as the situation evolved. I think we can all agree that this is money very well spent with the BIA team keeping members well informed and getting members more involved. More engaging weekly member updates keep our membership informed on key BIA issues. Our average open rate for the newsletter through Constant Contact is 40%, and the industry average is about 14%. We also encourage members to keep in touch via the OBIA member group Facebook page, where we post the latest news, get to know each other a little better, and share resources. We currently have 127 members in the group. Member contests like pumpkin carving and window decorating contests were a big hit with our members as well as with the public. Next slide, please. Our second pillar is customer attraction. Due to the pandemic, we pivoted away from large-scale events in favor of smaller scale, carefully crafted, socially distanced, or self-guided activities. BIA staff created 19 unique social media campaigns, 9 unique activities, and 4 COVID responsible events last year. The Orangeville Takeout video funded through an Innovation Guelph grant secured by the Small Business Development Center on behalf of Dufferin County's BIAs was the BIA's most popular social media post with 2,755 shares and 24,566 views. This was not a paid promotion, so these results were achieved organically. Over $9,700 worth of downtown dollars and coupon vouchers have been circulated in the past year, and $2,300 worth have already been redeemed. Downtown dollars and coupon drive customers directly to participating businesses. The BAA reimburses businesses 100% of the face value, so there's no downside for our membership. Next slide, please. You still with me there, Ali? There we go. Here's a little taste of some of our 2021 initiatives. The Shop Sidewalk Sale and Saturday Sounds live music series were a welcome diversion this summer. Both were very well received by the public and increased foot traffic downtown. Boo on Broadway was a fun, safe alternative to a crowded harvest celebration and was a tremendous hit with families. The Joy and Lights promotion, which included the tree lighting, coloring contest, live music series, and the Joy Book shop, stamp, and win holiday shopping promo, was very well received by the public and our membership. 53 members participated in the Joy Book promo. 982 completed Joy Books, representing a customer spend of $196,000, were entered into the contest. A further 5,000 Joy Books were distributed and stamped at least once, representing a conservative estimate of a further $55,000 in customer spend, totaling an estimated $251,000 for the Joy Book consumer spend. Next slide, please. All things considered, the outdoor farmers market did very well this year, as you can see by the stats on the slide. The winter market got off to a great start by moving back to town hall and to weekly model instead of every other week. The winter market was unfortunately closed along with town hall and other town facilities during the last lockdown. The winter market reopened on February 5th, but due to the elevator and the out-of-commission multipurpose room, it reopened with fewer vendors positioned on the main floor atrium space only. We hope to invite vendors upstairs again when the elevator is repaired next month, or in the multipurpose room when the upgrades are complete. Next slide, please. The Better Together Task Force is comprised of a group of very dedicated BIA members focused on creating memorable experiences that make our downtown a destination place. Task Force initiatives include the new interactive Theatre Orangeville themed mural that was installed on the east wall of the chocolate shop at 114 Broadway. The mural has been added to the town's self-guided art walk tour. Plans for a new Broadway mural is already in the works for 2022. The new Thanks for Shopping local sidewalk decals add a bright touch to our sidewalks. The task force stepped up the Halloween decor this year and created spectacular backdrops for Boo on Broadway activities. Several new winter or Christmas themed decor items were added in various locations downtown. The windy weather was a bit challenging, but they did their best to keep things standing. Special thanks to the Town of Orangeville's Parks and Rec Department for their invaluable assistance and supporting the seasonal decor initiatives. Live music Saturdays held during the holiday season shopping season and hosted by Broadway Music were a success as well. This live music series was well received and provided performance opportunities for local musicians in a year where opportunities were scarce. The Hidden Gems summer flyers were updated and distributed at the Visitor Center and the large downtown directory. The directories were also updated. Thanks to our wonderful friends at Branching Out Support Services for filling the brochure boxes. Next slide, please. These website and social media stats speak for themselves. All of these results were achieved organically. The 2021 downtownorangeville.ca had 34,312 users, which was a 27% increase. The 2021 social media reach for both the Downtown Orangeville and the Farmers Market social media pages combined. Facebook has 10,665 followers. which is a 9% annual increase. Instagram has 6,116 followers, which is a 23% annual increase, and Twitter has a 2,143 followers, which is a 5% annual increase. Next slide, please. We are proud of BIA staff and the Better Together Task Force for creating multiple initiatives that helped our members through another tough year and for their efforts being recognized by the town of Orangeville. Congratulations to our team for the Community Impact by an Organization Winter at the Orangeville Arts and Culture Awards. If you can hit the next slide there for me, please. Parking is an essential element of the BIA's consumer attraction strategy and continues to be a top priority because it remains a top priority for our members and for their customers. Empty parking inventory is a red flag for the health of any downtown, and too little available parking is a customer turnoff. There was a lot less strain on the parking resources in 2021 due to the pandemic, and we're looking forward to the days when it's a bit harder to find a parking space. Fuller parking lots will be a good indicator of a post-COVID recovery. The BIA looks forward to working with the town on any future redevelopment of 82 to 90 Broadway that will include more public parking spaces, and with the town on any future decisions around the new parking strategy. If you can hit the next slide there, please. Stakeholder alignment is our third pillar, representing BIA's collaborative spirit. Representation on committees and boards creates an open dialogue and fosters a spirit of cooperation essential for the BIA's success. It keeps us informed so decisions can be made with a wider lens. The town of Orangeville's recent released tourism plan and parking strategy and soon to be released community improvement plan will inform decisions for years to come. Maintaining a strong working relationship with council and town colleagues will be essential in building a strong, resilient destination downtown. Next slide there, please. Beautified, unique space is our fourth pillar. As with most things, it takes a village to get things done, and our streetscape is no exception. Partnering with the town of Orangeville's Parks and Rec Department to help us with seasonal displays and with Public Works for the town Christmas tree is a must for us. The Better Together Task Force pitched in a big way this year, as did many of our members with their own beautiful and creative seasonal displays, with a special mention going to Carter's Law Firm for their fabulous seasonal spirit and the amazing quick changing skeleton. It really helped dress up our downtown. Our next pillar is, sorry, Ali, can you switch the slide there for me? Organizational effectiveness is our fifth pillar, led by the Board of Management of the BIA's full-time manager, also the member ambassador, administrator, and market coordinator. They delivered a very successful suite of initiatives in 2021 through a flexible approach and the reallocation of duties and maximization of staff hours. Next slide there, please. DowntownOrangeville.ca and our social media channels were constantly shifting gears to keep up with the ever-changing COVID reality. When we reopened in the summer, staff did a delicate balancing act between attracting visitors but not too many. The lack of public washrooms put an undue burden on business owners, so we were careful not to invite people to town that lived more than a short drive away until washrooms opened for public use. As the situation evolved, the BIA shifted gears and began hosting small-scale events and by supporting members in various ways depending on the type of business and opening stage. The Board of Management allocated funds to support the BIA's COVID response in the 2021 budget, but COVID restrictions made it challenging to execute many of these ideas. We hope to make up for that in 2022. So with that, here is a 2022 preview, and the following slides are going to give a brief preview of what our plans are. The BIA's 2022 budget is based on the traditional year's expenses plus a built-in special recovery projects designed to support downtown's COVID-19 and sidewalk reconstruction recovery. As you can see, the list of projects include the Blade Sign Grant pilot project, an update to the BIA strategic plan, the long-awaited downtown branding project. New branding will align downtown's marketing product with the Town of Orangeville's new Love Orangeville tourism brand, and will be a fresh new look for a fresh new post-reconstruction downtown. These projects also include new benches, waste receptacles, bike racks, and electrical outlets that will elevate the look of the heritage core after the sidewalk reconstruction projects, and will allow us to create some mini performance spaces in various locations that we can program for years to come. We also plan on adding some new programming and marketing initiatives. These will be planned and executed based on timing, restrictions, opportunity, member feedback, industry recommendations, and great ideas. In the meantime, 2021 initiatives will continue into 2022, and new initiatives will be added as and when the situation warrants. Next slide there, please. BIA staff have done a great job keeping members informed throughout the pandemic and encouraging members to participate in BIA initiatives, and we will build on this great progress. Friendly member visits, weekly member updates, urgent bulletins, and social media support will continue, and new initiatives in response to member feedback and circumstances of the day will be added as needed. The BIA will continue to advocate on behalf of its members in advance of and through the sidewalk development project. The project is expected to begin in August or September and will last for 3 months or more. We expect it will be disruptive to our members, but it's long overdue, and we're looking forward to safe new sidewalks and a more welcoming new look. The BIA's Blade Sign Grant program launched last year, and we have had 2 successful applicants so far and expect to receive a few more applications in the next few months. The Blade Sign Grant covers up to $635 for a new qualified blade sign. For customer attraction, the 2021 initiatives and activations will be adapted as appropriate to whatever level of opening we find ourselves in. These will include a live entertainment series, scavenger hunts, social media campaigns, the farmers market, and Shop the Sidewalk sales. Larger events will be tentatively planned with capacity limits and the sidewalk reconstruction timing in mind. With new marketing initiatives such as the newest Fork It, Let's Get Takeout and How to Be a Tourist in Your Own Town promos will be developed as the situation warrants. For organizational effectiveness, the BIA board and staff will adapt to whatever the year brings. I think we did a great job shifting gears last year, and whenever a new challenge or opportunity arose, and everyone is committed to continuing with this flexible timing-based approach. And for our stakeholder alignment, working together is always best. BIA staff will continue to look for new opportunities to work with our community partners. The BIA will continue to make financial contributions to Theatre Orangeville, Christmas in the Park, other eligible third-party events held downtown, and of course the Orangeville Blues and Jazz Festival. The town of Orangeville was very supportive of extending restaurant patios and outdoor merchandise displays again in 2021, and we hope we can count on the town's continued support for these programs in 2022. All right, so that's it for our 2021 review and the 2022 preview. If you have any questions, Allison or I are happy to answer them now, or we can wait until after the budget presentation. All right, I'm going to move on to the financial.
Go ahead. We'll save the questions after the budget.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Here's a quick peek at the few simple budget comparison pie charts that show the 2021 and the 2022 expenditures by percentage. You can see that the 2021 and 2022 budgets are fairly consistent, with the exception of the special projects recovery figures, which are higher in 2022. All right, so off to the preliminary budget here. Hang on, I'm just going to grab a drink of water here. Hang on one sec. That was a lot of words. All right, so the BIA's 2021 preliminary budget financial report is what you might expect considering the year that downtowns across Ontario experienced. Starting with the BIA's revenues were lower than budgeted in 2021 because the BIA didn't earn any event revenue due to the pandemic. Total expenses were also lower than budgeted because we were only able to spend a fraction of the events and the special recovery projects budgets due to the restrictions. As you will see, the unused funds will be rolled into the 2022 budget and will help fund our 2022 special recovery projects. You will notice that the BIA's administration costs went up a little bit, mostly due to tax write-offs from an impact taxation reassessment. It's something that we cannot predict in advance. So for the 2022 budget, the BIA levy has not increased since 2014 and will remain at $460,000 for 2022. The 2022 operating budget is based on a traditional year's operating revenues of a $460,000 levy, plus an estimated event revenue of $17,500 for total revenues of $477,500. The annual operating expenditures are also based on a traditional year's operating expenses, and are expected to be $477,500 in 2022. You will see that the BIA's 2022 budget also includes a special recovery projects budget line of an estimated $157,356 that will fund the downtown's COVID-19 and the sidewalk reconstruction recovery. These recovery projects will be funded through the accumulated annual surpluses from 2020 and 2021, also estimated at $157,356. We really hope that Ontario will continue to fully open this year, and we can utilize the Special Recoveries Project funds in support to support recovery. Having access to this special recovery budget will ensure that we have the necessary resources to do this. The BIA will maintain a healthy net accumulated general reserves and surplus of $171,953. The 2021 financial report and the 2022 budget were passed unanimously by the BIA membership at the BIA's general meeting held on February 26, and we hope that Council will also approve them tonight. Finally, I wish to thank the town staff and members of Council that took the time to attend the AGM. The town's support is essential in the BIA's success, and we look forward to your continued support in 2022. And that's it for me, unless if you guys have any questions. I'm hoping I can answer them. If not, I'm sure Allison can.
Right. Thank you, Mike and Allison, for your presentation tonight. We have some questions from councillors, Deputy Mayor McIntosh and then Councillor Andrews. Deputy Mayor?
Actually, it was Councillor Andrews was first. I'll let him go. Okay,
Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McIntosh, and thank you, Your Worship, and good evening to Mr. Beattie and also Ms. Shields. I appreciate the amount of work, the effort that the Orangeville BIA has gone through, not only for this presentation, but more importantly, over these last 2 years of the pandemic. The resiliency, the determination, the ability for the various businesses to pivot as they have, just an incredible effort. Very impressed by the activities that are planned for 2022. Also impressed by the 21 new businesses that elected to open up and, of course, call Orangeville home. I'm hoping that members of our community have supported them. I look forward to this phased-in recovery. I know that some things will be taking place during the month of March, but we're hoping that 2022 is a banner year for our downtown business as well as the members of the Orangeville BIA. That's all I have to say, Your Worship, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Andrews, Deputy Mayor McIntosh.
Thank you, Worship. Maybe I shouldn't let Councillor Andrews go first. He said everything I wanted to say. I just wanted to congratulate the BIA on a great job, and I wish them all the luck for this coming year, and anything we can do as council to support the BIA, I'm sure my fellow councillors are there with me. And I just look forward to a better 2022. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I guess I would echo all the same thoughts. I think one of the greatest things about our town is the strong businesses that we have, and especially our beautiful downtown. It's a joy. We move close to it personally just because I wanted to be a part of it on a more regular basis. Anyway, my comment is to our two BIA members that are in front of me, and I'm hoping for help. And my help statement is last year we all worked together and tried to do what was best for downtown in terms of the renovation project that we have to do upcoming in the fall. And I know the BIA really pushed to make sure that we delayed that, and I was supportive of that. I thought it was the right thing. My concern is, and it was the same concern last year, I know it's not going to be convenient for the BIA. I dread the construction that's going to happen along Broadway. I looked, it looks like we're slated to start in mid-August. That needs to happen in mid-August so that it can be done before the snow flies, which means it's still going to impact your businesses at a key time. Anyway, I guess my plea is I hope that you'll help us with your members and remember that we did delay it and this work needs to be done. Even the picture, that's the lovely picture of the coffee being consumed on Broadway, I cringed as I looked at those bricks that are all wavy and weeds growing through them. Like, we can do so much better, and I'm looking forward to it happening. And I don't know, we'll work with those businesses as it occurs, but I just want to head it off as at the path now and make sure everybody remembers that work is occurring.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor
Yes.
Taylor. Any further comments or questions?
If I may add to that, I know, thank you, all members of council, for your kind words. I know that it was a big, there was a big back and forth on whether the BIA should support having it done last year or coming into this year. I think the change coming into this year, as opposed to having it done late last year, was that the lockdowns were extended an awful lot further last year. So we were closed into June, a lot of our downtown businesses. So at least now we've been able to get open, as much as it is slow, at least in some of the businesses that I've talked to. It is a slow start, but it is coming, and it's coming slowly. So as the weather gets warmer, we should have a nice spring and into the summertime, and at least give everybody a chance to get caught up before. You're absolutely right. The sidewalks do absolutely need to be done, and then once they are done, 2023 is going to be that year. Hopefully that this finish line keeps moving. Or it stops moving, not keeps moving. I need it to stop moving.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. B, Ms. Shield. Thank you for your presentation. Councillors, any other comments before we move on to our next item? Nope. Seeing Councillor Taylor, you still have your hand up. Did you want to make another comment, sir?
I have lots of comments, but I just left my hand up by mistake. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I left you hanging. I was going to high five you, but.
Thank you. Allison, if you could remove the presentation, please, for us. Thank you. Moving on to 12.2. I'm sorry, on to 11.2, which is a presentation from Nora Kennedy, the Executive Director of Family Transition Place. Ms. Kennedy, welcome. And over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Brown and councillors. It's wonderful to see all of you this evening and to see so many friends in the group. Really wonderful to be here. Thank you for the time. So I know that we have a short amount of time, so the pitch that I'm about to make is going to stay very high level, but I know that all of you know that when I get talking about the work that we do at Family Transition Place, you know how passionately I can go on for quite some time, so I'm going to try to keep it as succinct as possible. At Family Transition Place, we have a vision. We have a vision of a community where everyone lives in safety and in respect and equity. We also know that there are several conditions that need to be met before we can accomplish that vision. And one of those conditions is that everyone, first of all, needs a safe place to live. And I know I'm preaching to the choir with this group. I know you've had lots of conversations at this very, I was going to say table, but this screen about housing and the housing crisis in our own community. So I'm not going to take a lot of time to talk to you about that and those needs and how unaffordable rentals and owning your own home is in our community. But what I do want to talk to you about is what I've said to many of you personally and in other venues before, is that when we are talking about women and children who are leaving or who are living in violent situations at home, for them to be able to find a safe place to live is literally a matter of life and death sometimes. And for women who have to make that decision to leave home, they are making a decision to either stay with their children in a violent situation or taking their children into uncertainty and poverty and homelessness. And what sort of dilemma is that for any parent to have to make that decision? We at Family Transition Place, the board and the leadership and the staff have known for a really long time that in order to accomplish that vision, the women and children who come to us and depend on our services need a safe place to go after they've been in the shelter. They need a safe place to go if they're trying to leave home and keep their children safe. The shelter has been at capacity for as long as I can remember because there is nowhere for women to move out of when they're leaving the shelter. We've worked really hard for a number of years, and Mayor Brown, I know you and I've had numerous conversations about it. Several of you have had conversations with me as we've looked through the community. We have looked for facilities, for buildings. And finally, we got to the point where we said, all right, we can't control available housing or affordable housing in our community. So let's work with what we can control. What we know and what we control are the assets that we already have. We own the building at 20 Breeden Parkway. That asset is ours. So last summer, we started doing some different thinking. And we started working with a partner that I'm going to introduce you to shortly from an organization called Raising the Roof. And we started having conversations with our board, with some community members, and with our leadership team. And what we are doing now is going along with that old adage of, if you can't control what you can't, if you can't change what you can't control, then deal with what you can. So what we are doing now is we are proposing to build onto Family Transition Place. Our goal is to build an addition to FTP, and for those of you who know the location, and I know a lot of you do, out into the north end of the parking lot, to add a 2-story building there that will include 15 single apartment units and 4 family units, along with group space, common areas, and common space, possibly even for community use. We will also build up over and above the flat roof part of FTP. We've had conversations already. We've had several meetings with the architects at Dickinson and Hicks and have some preliminary drawings. And this is what we are hoping to accomplish. This will not be permanent housing. And I know for all of us, permanent housing is our ultimate goal. But again, dealing with what we know and what we can control, we're going with that. This will be transitional housing, but it will be longer term than what you would be able to access in the shelter or even in our second stage programs. Ideally, people coming in to live in those units will be able to stay for 4 to 5 years. And we know that supportive transitional housing works. We know this because, and I'm going to just read a couple of notes here for you. We know this because we've worked with those women who have been successful. We've worked with a woman and her 4 children who went from the shelter into second stage housing and into third stage housing, and now are enjoying their own independence. We know that the woman and the son who went from the shelter into second stage, when she first moved in, she didn't even know how to change a light bulb. We were having to go over to change light bulbs for her. And now they are living independently. She owns her own home. She's working full time and she's happy and successful. We know that the woman and daughter who stayed in the shelter were there because of extensive familial abuse. They moved into our second stage program. They only needed to stay there for 6 months before they were able to move out and get back on their feet and find permanent housing. If we can provide people with that length of time, 4 years, perhaps 5 years, in stable, safe, completely accessible living spaces and quarters attached to family transition place where they can access the counselors and the supports that we offer, we are confident that we can build programs around the individuals so that when they move out, they're ready to tackle independent housing. That's our goal. The reason that we are presenting to you this evening is because we're on a bit of a deadline. There is a particular grant through CMHC and the federal housing dollars that was announced specifically for shelter and transitional housing, and we want to be able to get in there for it. The grant deadline is May 31st. So to that point, I would now like to introduce you to our colleague and partner in this venture, Adrian Dingle, who is also on the line. And Adrian is with Raising the Roof. So Adrian, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk a little bit about the practical aspects of where we're at and where we're hoping to go and how we're hoping that the good people on this call are able to maybe support us a little.
Terrific. Thank you, Nora, and thank you, members of council and staff, for having us here tonight. My name is Adrian Dingle, and I'm the Director of Housing Development at Raising the Roof. Raising the Roof is a long-time homelessness awareness charity. You might be familiar with our TOOP campaign, but more recently we've contributed directly to homelessness prevention through the development of new affordable rental housing. In line with these goals, we will be supporting Family Transition Place as the development manager for this new project of theirs. We've been working with Orangeville staff to create a viable concept, and the most recent version of which is completely compliant with the current zoning standards on the property. It may require some variances, and that's the process that Nora is alluding to today. The funding for this project, as Nora said, is going to be originating entirely from the National Housing Co-Investment Fund and their recently released Women and Children Shelter and Transitional Housing Initiative, which is an entirely grant-based form of funding. As such, this redevelopment project represents an opportunity for up to $8 million of federal capital grants to be directed towards Orangeville and some of the most at-risk members of the community. The application deadline for this funding stream is in May, so we are on quite a deadline to prepare technical drawings and to go through our variance process. But town staff have been excellent so far, and we're anticipating working closely with them over the next few months to achieve our goal of a fully designed building and a successful application to CMHC. I'll turn it back to Nora for some closing comments. But in general, we're very much looking forward to bringing this vision to reality over the next few months, and very excited to continue to work with Orangeville in order to do so. Thank you.
Remember to take myself off mute. Thank you, Adrian. Yes, so we're really excited by this. As we say, we've been working towards something like this for a long time, and it took us a while for the penny to drop and go with what we've got. But we're really excited. As Adrian says, we've got the preliminary conversations underway. We've been getting lots of support from the staff at the town of Orangeville, and so I think that really what we are putting out to the group of you here tonight is that we would like to be able to count on your support to help us move this forward. If we are able to be successful with this particular funding stream, there's really nothing standing in our way, and that it would bring a lot of revenue into the community. It would take a lot of it would put a lot into the homelessness aspect that we're all working really hard on. just as a little bit of a touch base, we work very closely with the County of Dufferin, as you probably know, in terms of the homelessness and the housing supports. We're very much a part of the community advisory table. We consult continuously on about the by name list. And one of the things that was drawn to my attention was when we're talking about community homelessness, yes, these units would, because they are on our property, be specifically for women or women identifying people and their children. But by working with that piece, most of the people who are on the by name list, if the women on that list are either now or have been clients of ours. By doing this, we would be able to decrease those who are living in homelessness significantly, and other spaces would be then opened up for the men and other people on the list. So I see that this is a win-win for the entire community. It's certainly a win for the women and children who are depending on FTP and our services. And I'm really, really hopeful that we can count on all of your support in moving this forward. So I told you we were going to stay very high level. There'll be lots of conversations going forward with this, but I just really want to thank you for your time this evening and for all the support that you have all given us over the many years that we have been working on these issues together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Dingle, for your presentation. I think I'll speak for all of council. We're very supportive of FTP. We certainly are not going to be putting up any barricades to this project. We know there's some prescribed timelines with respect to zoning that are difficult to change, but let's hope that we can make your deadline. And I'm very confident of our planning staff. They're good people to work with, and I'm sure you're going to get this done. Councillor Andrews. Go ahead, sir. No, who's up? Councillor Post. I'm sorry, Councillor Post.
Thank you so much, Councillor Andrews and Mr. Mayor. Nora, first of all, thank you. I love hearing the success stories of women and children who have come through FTP and out the other side and whose lives have been so positively impacted by the work that you and your team do. I, for one, love this vision. I appreciate all the work that's gone into the development of this idea. I know that this isn't a new problem. I know it's one that you and your team have been working on for a very long time. And I'm so grateful that your team has thought outside the box and working with Mr. Dingle to try and find this solution. I think it's really progressive. I think it's sustainable. And I think it will lead to so many more success stories as women can get their lives back on track with their children. At this time, I'd like to ask town staff, and maybe it's Mr. Ward that I need to ask, is there anything that Orangeville Council needs to do today to help make this vision a reality for Nora, for Mr. Dingle, and for Family Transition Place and the women in our community?
Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Really, nothing at this time is needed. As Mr. Dingle and Ms. Kennedy noted in their deputation, we've been working carefully with their team so far with respect to their concept and understanding its adherence to the bylaw and the official plan, and moving forward with whatever necessary process is needed to make this thing happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Dingle, really an honor to have you with us this evening. I'm so taken by the presentation, but more importantly, very similar to Councillor Post's comments there, recognize through the education that not only I, but Councillor Sherwood and the Mayor and others on council who have, of course, were relayed a lot of information that we were privileged to over the last number of months with the Men's Homelessness Committee, and subsequently what we have looked at in the crisis care commitment that we're hoping to have in our community. I really like this idea. It is, as Councillor Post has indicated, out of the box. I think it is ideal. And I'm glad that Mr. Ward did provide some clarity that at this point, council is not there to, we're not here to make any decisions as of this date, but I'm curious to find out what is the projected cost for this this facility that or expansion that you're talking about. Have you come across, with your calculations, a pegged figure?
I think I'll turn. Yeah, I was going to say I'll turn that over to you, Adrian, if you'd like to speak to that.
Certainly. Obviously, these are difficult times to understand what construction costs will do next, but at the moment, we would estimate somewhere between $5 and $6 million of total construction costs, with additional development costs adding up to a total project cost of $8 million. That's just a very rough estimate today. This is going to be refined over the next month or two as we engage in further technical design and refinements, and certainly that's going to be close to the ballpark area of the ask that we'll have of CMHC.
And hypothetically, how long, if everything kind of lines up the way you would like it to line up, when would the doors open? 2023, 2024?
It's, again, difficult to say, but one thing that's really advantageous about this site and the what we've put forward is that we're not relying on a rezoning process. We can actually proceed directly to variance and site plan control, which will greatly, minimize the amount of time that this project is going to be spending in terms of applications and approvals within Orangeville. From there, we're expecting probably a minimum of a year construction period. So I would imagine that this project could be ready as soon as 18 months, barring any future delays, but that's certainly the kind of timeline that we're aiming for right now.
Thank you, Mr. Dingle, for that clarity. And again, thank you very much for being a part of our council meeting this evening with your presentation.
Very good. All right. Well, again, thank you, Mr. Dingle. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. We're excited by this, and we know, when you control your destiny, which is what you're about to do here, it's going to pay dividends for decades here in Orangeville. So well done, and well done to the federal government for stepping up and providing these types of grants. The housing crisis is not going to be solved in the next year.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's going to be further tranches of money that are going to be coming forward from the federal government and through CMHC, and there's got to be other projects in our region that are going to help deal with the housing crisis, and let's hope we can all work together to solve it. But thank you. Appreciate the presentation. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Have a good evening.
All the best. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 11.3, we have our General Manager of Corporate Services, Andrew McKinney, and Mr. Jason Hall, Manager of Information Technology, going to give us an update on council chamber and hybrid meetings and things like that. So over to you, Ms. McKinney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, recognizing that this is, it's been a bit of a long journey. It's a joint initiative between facilities and the information technology staff. So for context, as you might recall, we were the first community able to offer the live council meeting virtually, followed swiftly by the opportunity to delegate to council. After that, the teams worked together to test new technology, but we weren't able to produce a quality that was of a reasonable nature that would meet the expectations of the community. So we had worked with a new partner to assess what was necessary to deliver the hybrid model. And we've been working on bringing in the equipment. Most of the heavy lifting has been done. We have new cabling that's been put in the chamber. There's new equipment in the chamber. There was electrical paneling done, but there's a key piece of equipment that's still due to arrive in May. And if that were to arrive on time, as hoped, recognizing we've had continual supply chain difficulties throughout the pandemic, we would be looking to move to testing after that and then enable the hybrid model. As you may know, Mr. Hall put together a video to give an overview of what you would expect from both a council and public perspective when we're in that model, which we can share publicly after the meeting. But I'll hand it over to Mr. Hall to explain what that experience will be like, and then we're happy to take questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Mayor, Council. Obviously, the council chambers was completed in 2018 with the impetus of having a enclosed council chambers with video and audio within that space. Obviously, with the pandemic, that change required us to go to the full remote environment that we're all here this evening with. At the time in 2018, when we had that system commissioned, it was not designed to have a hybrid environment. As we all know, even the province didn't allow municipal meetings at the time to work remotely. So the biggest sort of stumbling block for migrating from a an enclosed system like we have now into a hybrid solution is the ability to allow multiple feeds of video and audio for different people coming in. So hybrid and council session really is allowing, right now we've got almost 30 people on, or 25 people on from all over the place. And in the council sessions, traditionally, we only have 8 feeds. You know, we have all these cameras in the building and space, and that allows us to make all those views available publicly. So obviously, one of the experiences with a hybrid environment, we want to make sure that not only is what's being captured in the council chambers is being captured, but also the remote sessions for people using Teams or Zoom or other tools to communicate with that group. So it really becomes a number of inputs that we could accept, so that when we take that combined feed and provide it to YouTube and to Rogers, it's a seamless experience for everybody. And that's really where we're in that process now of trying to get to. So that's our major goal, and that is, as Andrew was saying, McKee was saying, that'll allow us to, in the future, have that hybrid experience, and that will allow council and staff to see remote users as if they were in the council chambers, and vice versa. And that's been a big piece of that. On top of that, we're also looking at improving some of the services within that space. So having the ability to present to councillors the video feeds for presentations. Currently, they're on the small iPad. That can be a little bit difficult sometimes to catch, especially budget and things like that. We've got lots of numbers. So we're increasing the surface area of those presentations so they're much easier to read. At the same time, we're allowing, that'll allow us to use eScribe, which is our agenda software, for voting notes and things like that. So that'll improve the experience for the public and for council and staff. So those are all part of the process, and at the same time, we're obviously wanting to make sure that the room stays as flexible as possible. So we're introducing TVs to sort of that we can move around in order to facilitate different meeting types and requests and different capacities, you know, depending on how many people will be attending in person versus remote. So I'm not sure if there's any questions that I can answer, but it's not a very interesting piece of hardware that's missing, unfortunately, but it's always the critical piece. So it's something I can show you and say, hey, this is what we need. It's a pretty bland piece of hardware.
So as we emerge from the pandemic and look forward to in-person meetings, can you give us again the timeline here on having this equipment in place and allowing us to start back with in-person at
certainly.
council
So
chamber?
we're kicking off the actual project ahead of time. So all the pre-programming for the equipment will be done in advance of the equipment arriving. So that will reduce the amount of time that it takes. But we're looking at the middle of May right now for the equipment to arrive. And what we're expecting is probably about a 2-week window after that to do some testing, bring council back in, provide some options, because again, it's going to be very flexible, and we want to make sure that the process and everyone's happy and confident with the process. So we anticipate, you know, all of this in June, I think would be realistic, assuming hardware arrives for that.
All right, thank you. Councillors, any questions or comments? Seeing none.
Just one
Mr.
real
Taylor,
quick. You know, I think moving forward to be flexible and allow people to have different work environments is going to be so important. So you know, I struggled with this early on. I mean, if you've got business commitments and you're traveling and you can't come to the meeting, and yet you're very available to come to the meeting, it was a frustrating process. This absolutely fixes that. It eliminates that, and it'll be the exception, not the rule. I think all of us want to be together in council. But even when we can't, for whatever reason now, moving forward, we'll be able to conduct the business of the town in a timely fashion. And I'm just so grateful that we're able to have this. And I can't wait to get back into town hall. So thank you very much, Mr. Hall, for this. This is welcome news.
Okay. Well, again, thank you for the update, and looking forward to seeing you folks in person in the next couple of months. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to
Mr. Mayor?
staff. Yes.
Sorry. Pardon me, Mr. Mayor. If we could just go back to the 11.1, typically the council will accept the BIA preliminary financial report together. If you turn to page 46 in your agenda package, it speaks to receiving this information and then approving it, and the 2022 OBIA budget in the amount of $634,856, including the BIA levy of $460, etc. So I just wanted to raise it that they are seeking that approval from council this evening. And thank you.
Councillor Sherwood, I see you have your hand up. Do you want to make that motion?
Yes, Your Worship. I would like to make that motion if possible.
All right. I see Deputy Mayor McIntosh had his hand up and seconding that. Any further comments before we vote on this, councillors? No. All in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reminding us of that. My apologies. All right, as we go on to staff reports, we have 12.1. This is a planning application activity summary. For those who have had a chance to look at this, a tremendous amount of activity going on in the town, and we're very pleased to see, obviously, a huge impact on economic development, job creation, and solving the housing crisis. So can't think of anything more important than the work that Mr. Ward and Ms. Russell and their team are doing. So, Mr. Ward, did you have any comments on this, sir?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Nothing further to add. Really, the report is we do it on an annual basis to sort of check in on just the metrics of activity in terms of application volume, but also it allows us to confirm sort of the unit numbers that are out there, sort of in a planning status or have been approved, and really helps us sort of monitor achieving our targets, mainly the intensification targets.
Right. Do you have a number currently on residential units in planning right now?
Again, through Your Worship, there's about a little over 1,300 units estimated to be in an active application process with us.
Right. Well, very good information. Thank you, sir. Councillors, any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ward. Moving on to 12.2, we have the Dufferin County Municipal Comprehensive Review. Lots of interesting information on this. I guess the county is talking about the boundaries of certain towns, including Grand Valley and Shelburne, and some suggestion of increased intensification in Orangeville as well. Mr. Ward, do you want to give us the Coles Notes version on this?
Thank you, Worship, and through you, I'll try to keep it brief. I promise this time. It really is sort of the accumulation of the county's efforts to implement the latest growth plan from the province. The report describes sort of the basis for that growth plan and its statutory authority, and sort of the provincial model of grow within before you grow out, and focus the majority of growth broadly across the province to those areas that can constitute complete communities. That is, they have the full array of services, amenities, and job opportunities for citizens. You can basically live and work in the same community, and also where all the services are available, that being municipal water and sanitary services and so forth. So the county sort of taken the growth assigned to them and had to go through a land needs analysis exercise to understand how that growth is going to be allocated. And of course, under that provincial model, it really is requiring or obligating the county to direct the majority of that growth to its main settlement areas, that being Orangeville, Grand Valley, and Shelburne. And I won't get into the numbers because they are quite detailed. The report does attempt to try to summarize the key findings as it relates to Orangeville and some of the key observations coming out of the land needs analysis thus far in terms of not only the future growth anticipated, but what that means for us in terms of intensification and also densities for the newer development, the greenfield areas, sort of the peripheral areas of the town. In terms of intensification, we offered some comments because the target suggested for Orangeville may be a little aggressive, perhaps, recognizing the analysis also looks at lands available within our sort of built-up area and the ability to accommodate that. And it also looks at the availability of what we call greenfield lands, that those lands being more on the periphery and they're vacant and sort of designated for future growth. And we're looking at all that together. There's very clear indication that possible additional land will be needed for the town's boundary, but also a strong recognition that our municipal boundary aligns with our settlement area boundary. So there's perhaps a little more process involved with the town of Orangeville to expand our settlement area boundary in comparison to, say, that of Shelburne or Grand Valley. So we offered some comments in the report for consideration going forward. The county is really looking for municipal input at this time right now. They're asking some general questions of municipalities throughout, mainly our municipalities. What are the thoughts on the numbers thus far for municipalities? And, is there a level of comfort with what's being presented? Are there concerns? What are municipal efforts planned or underway to accommodate or implement that growth? And just basically confirming the current status in terms of servicing and land availability that they've analyzed as being available to accommodate that growth. So with that said, I think I'll leave it there and be happy to answer any specific questions you may have.
Thank you. I see Councillor Peters and Councillor Sherwood would like to ask questions. One quick one, Mr. Ward. I noticed that the population target now seems to have moved by a couple thousand up to 38,000 and change, out to, I think it was 2051. We're running out of developable land here, which is forcing some of the, I guess, the intensification and going vertical on land, which we've seen in applications recently on Broadway. But my question to you is, well, why do we have to accept these targets? It almost forces the need for multi-residential and removes the single-family home from the situation. And is there a balance that we can have going forward? I like single-family homes. I know they're getting out of line for a lot of people, but is that something that we can address in our official plan as we're going to be going into review and keep a nice balance there and of neighborhoods that we have in town? Mr. Ward.
Absolutely, and through your worship, it definitely is something we'll need to look towards in more detail with our official plan. To answer the first question about the town's receptiveness or ability, I guess, to accommodate that growth, and it really does follow a provincial model whereby the planning principle is such that the growth really ought to be allocated to those settlement areas where you have the services and amenities and infrastructure available to accommodate that. First and foremost, over, say, allocating it to an area where those services, amenities, and infrastructure is not available. For reasons being that it's just more economically efficient and it's a better service, I guess, to the community for it to grow based on the current infrastructure and expansion of that infrastructure rather than creating new. So again, it comes back to that model of grow within before you grow out. For Orangeville, the majority of growth from the county's perspective to be focused to Orangeville makes some sense from a planning standpoint. We are the largest urbanized area in the county. We are the concentration of services and amenities on a regional scale. So from a planning perspective, it does make practical sense to direct the majority of that growth to Orangeville. With that said, it has to come with consideration given to our land availability and servicing capacities available. So that's an important driver to this, and that It's now 38,000 and change is the population build out projected to 2051, whereas the current population of 36,490 looks at a growth horizon to 2031. So a little earlier than the 2051 horizon, but again, that analysis has taken into consideration a number of factors with respect to servicing and such. Now, in terms of what can Orangeville do to accommodate that growth, you're right. There's a balance that would need to be struck in terms of maintaining that existing character of our town and our image, particularly the core areas, those important heritage features and attributes, and balancing that with facilitating new growth. And that's something we'll look at with our official plan review. For instance, I can foresee us looking more carefully at intensification areas and policies to give more detailed direction around that, identifying specific areas. Some that come to mind are more that Eastern Broadway leg. We're starting to see some development interest there. It's in my mind, it's a good candidate to see some more intensification happening of those perhaps less or underutilized commercial sites, and perhaps some of the more peripheral areas to the west of Broadway and even the First Street corridor. We're seeing some more intensification activity happening there. So these are sort of the items we're going to look at with our official plan review to try to give more direction around appropriate intensification.
Very good, sir. Thank you. Councillor Peters and then Councillor Sherwood.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with a comment, then get to the question. So I do understand the planning principles at play here, Orangeville being the urban center, that sort of thing. But when you look at the numbers, and obviously this was done at the county level, to have medium density development to occupy the extent of green space remaining in town boundaries and intensify within the built boundary, we're still not hitting the growth target. So we're going to have an interesting problem here where, to your point, Mr. Mayor, about single family or even towns, if those are built on the periphery, then again, that target's going to have to entertain things like that 9-story development we saw. And we heard the backlash from the community regarding a place for that type of project, within our downtown. So far, it's looking like we have a bit of a lose-lose, because the combination of density and the paving of the remaining greenfield spaces within the town boundary, even in combination, aren't hitting that target that the county has put forth. So, the official plan review that we're doing at the town level, I think is going to have to get very creative, and/or that committee and the public and this council are going to have to get involved in a conversation at the provincial level to maybe revise those targets, because at this point we can't keep what the town is and what the town wants to be and align with those principles. So, that report was a bit startling, and I think we need to pay very close attention to it moving forward. So along that line, through you to Mr. Ward, the question I had was specifically with respect to the recommendation. Specifically, it says staff proceed to engage in consultation regarding the county MCR. Could you just expand on that briefly? What is the next step for staff and for council?
Through your worship to Councillor Peters. So the next step really is, again, that municipal engagement that the county's doing. They're looking for comments from municipalities on the draft land needs report. I understand they are a bit under a time constraint. I mean, this exercise has been ongoing for some time. There are statutory obligations for the county to update their official plan, and this exercise is key, a part of that, in order for the county official plan to fall into conformity with the updated growth plan. So I believe in the immediate term, the county is looking for comments from Orangeville within the next month or so to take that back into consideration as they finalize their land needs report before us. Now, for us taking comments forward, it would certainly be based on what is recommended in this report in terms of the commentary on the intensification targets, as well as the language around settlement expansion prospects for Orangeville, and some other technical items that staff have looked at with respect to the land needs report, and we'll take that back to the county staff for clarity.
And so if I could just brief follow up, the commentary from the municipality, that's staff comments, or is there a mechanism for council or the public to comment on that document as well?
Through your worship, I would say this is a key opportunity to comment, and we could certainly look into incorporating any commentary the council has to offer at this time, as well as what staff have put forward in this report for you, and move that back to the county as well.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, your worship. I'm sure I'm not the only one that sometimes gets so confused by planning matters. Sometimes they're just so complicated to me, and I'm very grateful that we have knowledgeable staff like Mr. Ward that can help answer some of these silly questions that I may be putting upon you. Through your worship to Mr. Ward. So my understanding is that this is all relating to wrapping up the county's official plan, and that part of doing the county official plan was for them to conduct this lands needs study, correct? And that they are now, they can't complete the county official plan until this has been wrapped up and included in that. Is this one of the, is the delay of the county official plan, is it causing us any delays in approving some of our current applications before us?
Through your worship to Councillor Sherwood, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as a delay. It's more just a process that's to be expected as a jurisdiction moves forward through a comprehensive review such as this. It is not causing us any delay with respect to processing active applications. There have been some that have come forward that have dealt with some of our employment areas, and council may recall some recommendations put forth explaining how the county work operates and how that relates to some of those applications and making decisions around them, because employment landed, for instance, is sort of a county policy directed level, and there's some more significant protections around those areas, and the land needs analysis underway right now is sort of giving some key insight as to what the town's future employment land needs may look like. Now, having said all that, and just if I could get back to Councillor Peters' earlier question about further engagement and consultation and such, I do understand that the county will be conducting its own public engagement process as part of this exercise. This right now, this stage is really the county soliciting municipal input on the draft findings in the land needs analysis. Once that has been solidified in terms of a final document, it would then form the basis for policy amendments to the county official plan and the public consultation that the county would initiate as part of that process. So there will be public engagement as part of this exercise. It's just not being administered by the town, but by the county.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ward. I find it interesting, though, that people living in ivory towers around Queen's Park are telling us what we need to do here. I think we need to take back some of that decision making. I don't know. And again, we talked, you know, if you look at this report, there's some discussion about pushing the boundaries out around Grand Valley, Shelburne, and Orangeville. So that'll be interesting to see how that transpires over the next little while. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Mr. Ward, thank you also for the clarity that has been provided to members of council on some of the questions that have been posed. And just to piggyback on one of those questions, do you anticipate that there may be an opportunity here for either, and this might be part of the public process, but the determination on the types of dwellings? Because again, we've had that kind of talked about, you know, the idea of a 9-story, or as Councillor Peters has talked about, you know, the potential of further infill. But, you know, will there be potentially a determination that certain types of housing might be preferred in certain settlements, or will that be up to each one of the municipalities to kind of determine what that will be?
Through your worship to Councillor Andrews, that likely won't happen at the county level at that level of detail. It's more, I would suggest, to be left down to municipalities to I like to refer to it as ingredients that the county is really deriving right now. They're going to take those ingredients and put them into operative policy, at the county level, which is more going to be guidance to municipalities to implement in more detail and through their own measures and policies at the local level. Also maintaining that chain of consistency, of course, as you sort of move up the hierarchy. Our official plan needs to be consistent with the county official plan, of which needs to be consistent with the province.
Very good. All right, councillors, any further questions on this before we move on? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Ward. Always good to have you part of our meetings. Always very informative. Thank you, sir. All right, I need to, clerk has asked us to move back to 12.1. We need a motion to receive 12.1. That's the planning activity report. Could I have a mover on a seconder there? Councillor Andrews, seconder, please. Councillor Sherwood, all in favor of receiving 12.1?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to 12.3. This is the Councillor Sherwood. Did you want to speak?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, can you do the same for 12.2? I think that's just because Brandon does such a good job, right?
I was just going to say I wanted to move for 12.2.
All right, so Councillor Sherwood is moving to receive 12.2. Seconder for that, please. I can't see everybody.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Post.
Councillor Post, thank you. I have a split screen here, Councillor Post, and unfortunately only 4 of 6 members are on here, but thank you, Councillor Post, for seconding that. All in favor on receiving 12.2?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, moving on to 12.3. This is the study on fare free transit. This is INS 2022-015. So let me open that back up again. So this is that report INS 2022-015 fare free transit be received, and that the Orangeville Transit's current revenue model of cash fare, single ride tickets, 10 pass booklets, and monthly passes remain in place, and that staff continue to investigate the implementation of an electronic fare system as part of the transit system's upgrades and expansion to 4 routes. Can we put a motion on the floor to receive this as well, please? Councillor Taylor, seconded by Deputy Mayor McIntosh. All right, Councillor Taylor, you wish to speak to this?
Just very quickly, I'd just like to thank staff for looking into this. I don't see any reason to move forward with a fares change structure or anything like that. So I'll just be, making the motion to receive and accept this, and I thank them for the report.
Great. I think down the road, once we implement things like the new transit hub and route changes and additional buses to see what impact that has on increasing ridership, then we can revisit this down the road. Councillor Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it'll be a surprise to anyone that if this motion fails, I would put forward one that would encourage the fare-free transit. I do thank staff for the report. I've had some further conversation with Mr. Lackey about it, and I think if you'll indulge me for the benefit of council, I think some of those details I'd like to explain. So one of the things I felt was missing from the report was the total net cost, I guess, of the system and how much fares contribute to that. And so when speaking with Mr. Lackey, I understand
that tax levy, Councillor Peters, tax levy component.
No, this is the fare component. So what is the delta should we go to a fare-free system? So based on 2019 data, which was the last year of normalcy, if we want to call it that, it's my understanding it was $166,000. And so that would be the portion that would have to be made up if we went to a fare-free system. And so I thought that number was important to know. And so I guess what I wanted to elaborate on in that regard is a commentary on the number of cities that are proposing this type of structure and looking into it, all the way from very large cities to very small cities and towns like ourselves. Even beyond the environmental impacts, There are social inequity impacts that would result from a fare free structure. And the other thing that could offset those costs is that right now the town is looking into an electronic fare system. And so the money that was not put forward towards that system would obviously offset in the near term a move to fare free transit. So again, a lot of these factors are combining. A fare free system, we ran it for about a year. So in terms of the disruptive ridership, that was in the report, we've had no evidence of that. Not to say it would never occur, but we have 12 months of data showing that there were no incidents. In terms of increasing ridership and efficiency, we know our buses don't run entirely on schedule right now, and fare collection is something that does slow down those routes in terms of timing. If we look at a larger scale, or even doing a pilot program, 3 years at the 166,000, that's about $500,000. That's 2% of what is coming our way from the ORDC Brampton deal. I looked at the capital budget. As a group, we approved in 2023 potentially about $7.8 million in road upgrades. Those are mostly going to benefit people with cars. It obviously helps the transit system as well. But for those that don't get around, and some of those are paving laneways, which go to driveways. So again, we supplement the car system quite heavily. And for a fraction of that cost, 166,000 versus almost 8 million, we can offer people the chance to hop on a bus at any time and get anywhere in town. So again, if this motion fails, I would propose that we do a 3-year pilot starting when the 4th route is implemented. And that will give us enough time to make sure it works. By then our buses may be up for renewal, that kind of thing. And, for a cost of 500,000, especially when, I think there is some funding coming our way. I think now is the time to act rather than implement new routes and then perhaps undo it in the future.
Very good, Councillor Peters. I know, I wonder, Mr. Lackey, if you could give us some information on what are the current fares that are being charged now? And also the gas tax, that the money that we receive to support public transit, how is that calculated, and how would a ridership increase affect the money coming to us from the province? So two-pronged question. One is, what's the current fares? And then secondly, gas tax, how it's calculated, and if ridership goes up, are we going to get more money?
Good evening, and thank you, Your Worship. Currently, we charge roughly $2 and per ride. That seems to be a common value throughout transit systems. It will vary from $2 to $3. The gas tax that we receive is calculated by the government, and it is based on population and ridership. So accordingly, as our ridership goes up, the gas tax money that we would receive would increase. I'm not familiar with the calculation itself, and I don't want to put Treasury on the spot. I'm not sure that they are aware of it. It's something that that the government does, and we simply receive the money, but it is based on population and ridership.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I certainly hear what Councillor Peters is saying. Something I did pick up in what he was saying too was that a lot of places are currently looking into it. I think that's probably what we should do, look into it, see how these other places make out. I don't know if we need to be the first ones to do it. Again, if we can find out and get more money through the government for having more ridership, I don't know why it wasn't done before and done by some of the bigger transit places. So there's got to be a catch somewhere to it. I'd like that to be looked into maybe, but I just don't like the idea of giving away that type of money just yet. Let's look into it a little more. Let's not be the first. That just my thoughts.
Very good. I'm siding, I think, a little bit with Councillor Peters on this, because the $166,000 is is not a lot of money in the context of this municipality and what we are spending on supporting, the car culture that we live in. So I think whatever we can do to increase ridership on our local transit system. And by the way, one further thought, Councillor Peters, you said 3 years. I don't know that I would subscribe to a 3-year pilot. I think a shorter period would be more palatable for me, but I think I'm going to suggest to you maybe we do a little bit more research on this and maybe bring something back in a couple of months for a further look at by council. Councillor Peters, go ahead, sir. And then Councillor Post. I'm sorry, Councillor Post was up first. I'm sorry. Councillor Post.
No, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. My commentary was very similar to yours. I'm supportive of what Councillor Peters is saying as well. In being chair of the Accessibility Committee, which was originally the Accessibility and Seniors Committee, one of the biggest pieces that we heard from the seniors in the community was the unaffordability of trying to get around town and the ease of getting around town. And this is a way that we can really help. I'm definitely supportive, and I'm not sure of the length of the pilot program. I'm okay with a 3-year pilot program, but I'm also supportive of a 1-year pilot program while we gather some more information. So perhaps that's what we can do, is look at implementing a 1-year pilot program to start with further information to come and results to come, which will potentially also help us look at what that gas tax money looks like. And if we can significantly increase ridership and as a result of that, get more gas tax money back to supplement some of the loss that we're getting from the fares, I think that it is a win-win for our community, and it's a way to address some of the inequities that we do have and some of the struggles that our residents are facing from a financial perspective, and help to make things a little bit more economically equitable.
Thank you, Councillor Post. Councillor Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the commentary from other councillors, I appreciate that as well. So I had picked 3 years because it sort of monetarily worked out to a number that was digestible. I think one might be short in terms of getting people into sort of the momentum or the habit of using the transit system. But to go back to sort of the fundamental issue here, what I worried was that by passing the motion and the recommendation as written, is that this issue would be closed for a significant amount of time. So perhaps the change, to your point, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Post, would be to receive the report and either ask staff for more detail, or as council come back with some more detail and propose something, just so that we don't entirely shut the door on this concept. And the last thing I'll say, I suppose, to Deputy Mayor McIntosh, is I think this is an issue where we can be the first. We have experience in the transit system. We're really only talking about one fundamental change to it. And I certainly don't want to wait until 5 or 10 or 12 municipalities have done it before we can get on board, if we think it's practical to do right now.
Thank you, Councillor Peters. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. I too am very interested in maybe having staff report back, but I would, if they could please include, if we take away the revenue, what would be the levy commitment then that would be put onto our taxpayers? Would that be like a 0.25 levy increase? I don't want to put the treasurer on spot, because obviously you have to finagle with some figures, but Ms. Syed, am I a little high on maybe a 0.25%?
Through your worship, to Councillor Sherwood. So the 2022 projected revenue for transit fare is close to 180,000, which is approximately 0.48% of a tax levy increase.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Just to remind councillors, we've made decisions in the past few months on spending $5 million on swimming, and as much as that needed to be done, and it's an unfortunate expenditure, it does give some context to 166,000 to put a need that a lot of people and the people that are using the transit system are those who need to use it. I mean, they are typically, I think needing to get out shopping. They need to get to social services and other medical appointments and things like that. And I think we need to remove whatever barriers there are for them to get around town. Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Councillor Peters, for bringing this forward. To me, I've always been supportive of our transit system. We've had many passionate discussions about how do we get ridership up and how do we make these things better for people who use that system. I just would be hard pressed at this point to support something, $180,000. In my mind, it just wouldn't feel good about it. And by the way, I didn't feel good about the pool either, but I did it. We all know we needed to do it. I don't feel like their back is against the wall here. I'm always interested in finding out more information, and I applaud the thinking. But if we had to vote today, I would not be voting to spend $180,000 to give people free rides on the bus. So it's just my thought process. But I'm happy to hear more information from Mr. Lackey and his team. I won't be voting in favor of it if we're voting today.
Right. So, Councillor Peters, if I could speak to you directly, I think we need to do a little bit more homework here, and perhaps bring something with some more substance back as an ask to staff. Specifically, who's looking at this, who's done it? Is there any evidence about successes? And there is a comment here, a concern about poor transit environment. I'm just wondering, is that for real? I'd like to hear from other municipalities that have maybe implemented this throughout Canada or the United States. Councillor Peters again.
Thank you, through you. So there aren't any in Canada that have done it, but there are several in the States and dozens in Europe. And so I agree, more information would help. It's I don't want anybody to have to make a snap decision, but if it would please everybody to perhaps amend the motion to just receive the report, and then I'll come back at a future meeting with a notice of motion with a bit more detail and an ask of staff into what specifically, the type of information we want to have to make a better decision.
All right. Well, I'm supportive of that. Councillor Andrews, did you want to make that motion?
Yes, I would.
Receive this report?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Seconder? Councillor Taylor? All in favor? All right. Well, Mr. Lackey, we're going to have some questions coming up in the coming weeks. So we want to continue to discuss this issue. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on. We have 12.4. This is a report. Let me just pull it up here, folks. This is report INS 2022-011, and provincial funding for storm and wastewater infrastructure, that it be received and that a bylaw be presented authorizing the execution of a funding agreement with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks for projects aimed at improving wastewater and stormwater discharges in Lake Ontario. Can we have a motion on this, please? Deputy Mayor McIntosh, Councillor Sherwood seconded. Any comments on this, councillors, before we vote? No, all in favor? Thank you. All right, moving on to 13, we have correspondence from the Township of Melanchthon regarding funding support for infrastructure projects. Can we have a motion to receive this correspondence, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by? Anybody? Okay, I'll second it. I can't see Councillor Peters or Councillor's post. I'm sorry. Any comments on this correspondence, councillors? No. All in favor of receiving it?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to item 14, we have committee and board minutes, Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee minutes, Committee of Adjustment minutes, Heritage Orangeville minutes, Orangeville BIA twice. Can we have a motion to receive these minutes, please? Councillor Andrews, second by Councillor Sherwood. Any comments on these minutes, councillors? Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship. This would be directed to the chair of the Accessibility Committee, Councillor Post. Notice two items here, and maybe if you would be so kind to provide some clarity. This was regarding the Neighborhood Awareness Signs Program. And then secondly, the status of the pedestrian signal program, the audio signal that would be at one of our crosswalks.
Sure. So when it comes to, through you, Mr. Mayor, when it comes to the neighborhood awareness signs, we did have staff come and speak to our committee about what would be required to implement those neighborhood awareness signs. So those would be the signs that would advise of a deaf child in the neighborhood or a blind child in the neighborhood, which apparently we did in Orangeville have a program several years ago that allowed that, but there were some issues with the program. So what we as a committee have asked staff to do is to look into what would be required for us to implement that program again. We did have an ask from a resident of the community to have a deaf child sign erected in their neighborhood, which is why we started to look into it. So we want to present that as being an additional option. The requirements that we would the things that we would require, though, is for some sort of a follow-up program, which was where the miss was during the original implementation, is that there were signs that were erected in neighborhoods and then there was really no mechanism for follow-up. So oftentimes families would move out of the community, those signs would remain. And as we know, when it comes to signs in neighborhoods, they become noise after a while that people aren't paying attention to. So we want to ensure that if we re-implement this program, which there is a desire from our committee to do, we want to ensure that it's done the right way, where there is a mechanism for follow-up or a requirement for maybe it's a check-in where once a year those people who have required those signs would just check back in and say, yes, we're still here, yes, we still need that sign. Or, you know, as the children get older too, it may not be as needed. So it would be a reevaluation piece more than anything else. And when it comes to the audio pedestrian signals, there were some concerns that were brought forward from members of the community about how they were working. So we're still in talks with town staff on the best way to educate and to ensure that we're consistently checking those. Oftentimes people aren't activating the audio pedestrian signal. So if there isn't an issue, or if there is an issue, we don't necessarily know about it right away. So part of that piece is to make sure that they're consistently tested. There were issues for a while at Broadway and First Street, which have now been repaired. There was a problematic system there. And the other one seemed to be working great. And, you know, town staff continues to regularly check them. From an education perspective, it's difficult because oftentimes the people who are requiring them, they know how to use them, but others don't. So it's more of a community education piece on how to activate those systems. So we have a system right now where you have to press and hold it for a certain number of seconds before it activates the audio piece of that. And you know, I encourage all of council next time you're crossing at one of those to just press and hold it and make sure that it's working. And if there is any issues with it, just from an accessibility perspective, please let town staff know if one of them's not working so that they can be looked into quickly. I hope that answers your questions, Councillor Andrews.
Councillor Post, that was wonderful. Thank you for the clarification on both those.
Excellent,
Appreciate
no problem.
Thank you.
Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Post. You're on the hot seat tonight, Councillor Post.
I'm in for it.
No, that's all good. In the minutes, there's a mention about the stopgap ramps, and I know that's a continual thing that your committee continues works on. Is that something that they will wait and maybe explore further once the sidewalks have been done? Because there may be some type of modification that would need to be made based on the Broadway reconstruction, the sidewalk reconstruction.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sherwood. We continue to keep stopgap on our agendas. We did get approval from council, and I'm not going to remember how long ago now. It feels like a long time ago, but it was probably a year or 18 months ago to fund those stopgaps to help sponsor the cost of the stopgap ramps. And we did get support. So Stopgap ran into an issue where they weren't able to continue. So they've taken a pause. They are now back to working. So we're still in conversations with them as to what that's going to look like moving forward. We continue to leave it as an outstanding agenda item so that we can provide our committee with any updates as they come in from Stopgap, the organization themselves. But that is the other piece, Councillor Sherwood, is that once some of it we're going to wait and see until the sidewalks are done, because Mr. Mayor had put forward a motion at the time that we were talking about doing the sidewalks downtown, or put forward the idea of ensuring that while we were doing that, we were looking at changing grades where possible to help eliminate the need for ramps from any areas that we could possibly do that and help make those areas more accessible without the need of a ramp. So there will definitely be some of our downtown businesses that will be fixed with that sidewalk reconstruction, but we do recognize that there are going to be a lot of them that won't be impacted in a positive way through that when it comes to the grading. So there will still be a need for ramps in the downtown core, and just with the way that it's laid out, it's unfortunate that permanent ramps really aren't an option because of what's required from an AODA standpoint to build a proper permanent ramp. There's just not the feasibility of space to be able to do that. So Stopgap continues to provide a great option for a temporary ramp that's easily located by any businesses, especially the businesses that do only have one staff member. They're not heavy like the suitcase ramps that we have right now. They're much more portable and easy to manage, and they are meant to be very temporary. So they're kind of out and in. They use them in several municipalities with great success already. So we're continuing to work with Stopgap in the hopes that we can implement that program after our sidewalk reconstructions are done. And I hope that answers your question, Councillor Sherwood.
Thank you, Councillors Post and Sherwood. Any further questions on these minutes before we vote on receiving them? No, all in favor? We have, thank you. Moving on to 15, we have no notices of motion prior to meeting. Any notices of motion at meeting, Council? No. Moving on to new business. I just wanted to let the public know, just let me pull this up. Friday was a momentous day for the town of Orangeville. Just over 5 acres of land in downtown Brampton have been sold to the city of Brampton by the Orangeville Railway Development Corporation. The deal sees the site off of Nelson Street change ownership at a cost of $24.25 million. In 2020, Orangeville Council, as the lone shareholder of ORDC, directed the board to sell or lease rail line assets. So that deal did close. The money is now in the town's coffers, and it's been put into a short-term GIC until we have further discussions about what should be done with that money. So I just wanted to formally announce the closing of that deal. And then we had some disturbing things going on in Ukraine over the past week or so. Councillor Andrews has some Ukrainian heritage in his background. I wanted to thank Mr. Osmond and the town facilities folks for lighting up our town hall in the colors of the Ukrainian flag in support of the terrible things that are going on in Ukraine right now. And I wanted to turn this over to Councillor Andrews for some further thoughts and comments. Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm going to just recite what I've written here because it is somewhat of an emotional time, not only for myself, but others that have Indian heritage. When I decided to run for my municipal seat on Orangeville Council, one of the things I was firm about and I didn't want to do was to express my concerns publicly about world events and geopolitical matters in this spectrum. Our level of government is responsible at the local level, and I have a commitment to my elected role to serve the constituents, the people of Orangeville. As for the broader world-related issues, it is our federal government who addresses and represents us on that stage. Canada is looked upon as a leader in that world stage, a G7 country who understands the importance of human rights, security, and the safety of its people. I'm a proud Canadian, I'm proud of my Ukrainian heritage. My family has called Canada our home for over 100+ years, and we are so fortunate to live in this country. Now, over the last couple of days, I've struggled and tried to understand the reasoning for an unprovoked attack on the people of Ukraine. I'm watching from afar, keeping abreast of what is going on, yet I wish I could do more. As you've mentioned, I'm so pleased to see the gesture of solidarity displayed at the Orangeville Town Hall. I want to thank you and Mr. Osmond for quickly processing this request to lighting up the Town Hall in the colors of the Ukrainian flag. Even though this is a small visual message of support, it is one that means a lot to the Ukrainian community here in Orangeville, but also abroad. I've secured and I'm just waiting for the arrival of a Ukrainian flag, which I hope may be placed at our flagpole at Town Hall, echoing our local support of the Ukrainian people. I would hope that the members of our community, no matter who you are and what your heritage is, that you might be able to provide some form of support through one of the agencies vetted by the Canadian government to assist with this crisis overseas. At this time, many are declaring this to be one of the biggest human tragedies due to the displacement of people from that country. Families are being separated, civilians are being killed, and in 2022, this just shouldn't be. I know that we're all watching with concern as to what the next step in this conflict will be. I'm encouraged of what took place today as for the first several possible discussions seeking a resolution to the war against Ukraine, yet I have hesitation to say where this path may end up. With additional sanctions and pressures from countries from around the world, including Canada, we may see, I hope, realization that may end this war. And that's what it is. It is a war on the innocent people in the neutral country of Ukraine. To my extended family and friends, and for those who are connected through our collective Ukrainian heritage, my thoughts are with you. I'm standing with you. And the town of Orangeville, Ontario, Canada, is standing with you in solidarity. Your Worship, I'd like to propose, if possible, consideration for maybe with some guidance from the clerk, if the allowance to place the Ukrainian flag either on the flagpole or somewhere at Town Hall during this time of crisis.
Very good. Madam Clerk, do we need a motion for that?
Mr. Mayor, certainly a motion from council can set that wheels in
Okay.
motion, if I can say on that matter for you.
Councillor Andrews, you've made that suggestion, seconded by Deputy Mayor McIntosh. Councillors, any further comments on this? All in favor? Very good. Thank you. Any other new business, councillors? No. All right, moving on to question period. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on the line?
I'm not aware of
Ms.
anybody. I'll just double
Ms.
check. Yes. Mona?
Parliamentary, you know if there's anybody on the line?
Through your worship, currently there's no one on the line right now.
Very good. Okay, moving on to item 19. This is a bylaw to authorize the entering into and execution of a funding agreement with the Ministry of the Environment relating to projects aimed at improving wastewater and stormwater discharges in Lake Ontario. We also have a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Orangeville at its close. And, well, I guess we better hold on that, Madam Clerk. Is that right?
Yes.
We're going to go back into closed. So can we have a motion on item 19.1, please? The bylaw for the funding agreement. Councillor Sherwood, seconded by
Councillor Post.
Councillor Post. Thank you, Councillor Post. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and could we have a motion to move back into closed, please? Deputy Mayor McIntosh, seconded by Councillor Andrews. All in favor?
Yes.
All right, we have to go back to the other link, councillors and staff. We'll see you there in a minute. All the best. Very good. All right, for the public, we're back from an additional closed session of Orangeville Town Council for February the 28th, 2022. We're going to rise and report on the issues that were dealt with in the closed session. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to read those items off. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That confidential verbal report from Ed Brennan, CAO, and John Hart, Town Solicitor, ORDC lands regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a proposed or pending acquisition of disposition of land by the municipality or local board be received. And that confidential verbal report from Ed Brennan, CAO, and John Hart, Town Solicitor, Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality to local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, be received. And that confidential verbal report from Jennifer Gowan, Manager of Human Resources regarding public office holders, market salary review regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and labor relations or employee negotiations be received. And that Orangeville Hydro, excuse me, sorry, I just have to clear my throat. That the Orangeville Hydro Limited election of board members, CAO 2022-003 regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal local board employees, be received. And that council nominate to extend the board term for Mayor Brown and Deputy Mayor McIntosh until September 2022. And that confidential verbal report from Ed Brennan, CAO, and Colleen Butler, Town Solicitor, vaccination policy regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose be received, and that staff proceed as directed.
All right, can we have a motion on all those items, please? Councillor Post, seconded by Councillor Andrews. All in favor?
Yes.
Also, I wanted to make a statement that the emergency that was declared at the beginning of the pandemic, that the town of Orangeville wishes to rescind and end the emergency, and I would like to, with a motion, direct staff to do a press release on this tomorrow, and that we are going to declare the emergency over as of March the 1st. So can we have? I'll make that motion, and we're going to direct staff to issue a press release. Can I have a seconder on that, Deputy Mayor McIntosh? All in favor? All right. Thank you, and it was good to hear about the plans of the BIA today. Ending this emergency is important. BIA is going to spend a good portion of money to attract people to downtown again, and let's hope we're going to get back to a normal spring, summer, fall in Orangeville, and bring everybody back to enjoy our beautiful town. All right, any further comments on this tonight? Councillor Peters, go ahead, sir.
Are we going to bylaws? We still have to vote on the bylaw, I guess, right, for the proceeding?
Yes, you still need to do the confirmatory bylaw.
Yes, I'm sorry, that's correct. So we have 19.2, the confirmatory bylaw for tonight. Can we have a motion on that, please? Councillor Peters, seconded by Councillor Post. All in favor? All right. Is there anything else that anybody wishes to say? Okay, let's have a motion to. Oh, did you want to say something, Councillor Taylor? Or
yeah, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn, please.
Yes. Seconder. Anybody? Councillor Sherwood. All right. All in favor? Thank you, folks.
Good night, everyone.
Went on
Good night, folks.
We had anticipated.
Night all.
But anyway, all the best. Good night,
Good night, everyone.
Good night, all.
Good night.